Alright, let's get this started. Once again we're back. Wonder who's gonna be first in chat actually. But with let's do a little introduction, shall we? With the rise in popularity of the new Intel CPUs, specifically the new 270K and the 250K, we are obviously looking at some motherboards now, right? We're gonna be looking at what to buy, right? So most people are actually going to be focusing more on the budget variants, right? And we know that the manufacturers are actually not really that invested in bringing out refresh motherboards for this platform, right? Only really Gigabyte is going out and bringing in some refresh motherboards for this platform, specifically like the new 2DIMM motherboards, right? With the code name Duo, right? Support for CQDIMM, sorry. But they also have some budget variants, right? This is where things get interesting because they are actually budget variants. The motherboard that we're going to be looking at today is actually fairly cheap, but it's packed. It's absolutely packed, but we need to find out what it's actually like. We can't just like look at the surface of it and see like all the features that it brings. We need to actually experience it. So we're gonna do just that. Let's start. I'm actually very curious because there's one very specific thing that I'm very interested in, and I want to know if this motherboard actually has it. And I'm gonna explain it a little bit later. Because this platform, believe it or not, is not very reliable, sadly, because of the architecture that it uses. And the settings that the manufacturers have been using in the BIOS by default are actually very lacking. But I will explain a little bit later when we get into the BIOS. Now you see these dots, that's actually like the sun. The sun is shining. But yeah. Let's have a thorough look. So this is the box. You get a little bit of a description around the box everywhere. You also get pretty much an overview of the board, pretty much all the features that it has, a full motherboard picture. You get all the freaking ports. You get the socket area, a little explanation what the VRM actually is. Then you have the M.2 heatsink, DIY friendly design, so you can actually unlatch the heatsink and mount it back without any tools. You have the back panel right here, which is pretty full actually if you look. There's plenty of USBs, actually 10 USBs and plus Type-C. Wi-Fi 7, is that? Yeah, Wi-Fi 7 of course. Optical, 2 audio ports, that's perfect. 2 display outs, that's also very good. Yeah, ultra durable slot design and everything. That's pretty cool. You actually get an overview of the back I/O here as well. But that's not what we're interested about. We're actually interested in the board. So let's have a look what you get actually with this thing. There's one thing that I'm very surprised by, considering the price range of this board. Specifically, let me just... This is actually pretty difficult to remove, so let me just do that real quick. There you go. I'll show you in a moment. There she is. Okay, let's put the bag back in the box. There we go. We're gonna put the box somewhere on the side for now. Can I just put you here? Is that fine? Yes, that's completely fine. Well, let's have a thorough overview of the board. Now, it's gonna be a little bit yellow, sadly. Like this is the natural color of the board. But you can see like there's I don't have the best lighting conditions, you see? I don't have the best lighting conditions. So we're just gonna have to deal with a bit of yellow. It's actually very white. It's just the warm light that's making it yellow. So let's have a little overview of the board, right? Massive VRM, pretty decent heatsink. Let me check if there's a heat pipe. No, there's no heat pipe, but there is a hole for a heat pipe. That is hilarious. I don't think I've ever seen such a thing. Literally, they're using the heatsink, but without a heat pipe. You can actually see that there is no heat pipe. I actually can't really show you. It's right hidden behind these 8 pins right here. But yeah, there's no heat pipe. It doesn't really matter. It's completely fine. This VRM is overkill. Now, yes, exactly, Paolo. A postcode, which is kind of crazy. For a board that costs, I believe this board right now is around 180 or something like that. That is actually crazy. Like, that is props to Gigabyte for actually embracing the postcode. So, other than that, the side is actually very standard. You have the 24 pin. Let me see if it's solid pins. It's actually not solid pins. You can see that. The 24 pin doesn't have solid pins. Then you have the Type-C front panel. Then you have an HDMI right here. This is for like internal screens and potentially, let's say, an HDMI port on the front of the case. That's very rare that cases have that, but some of them do. But it's mainly for internal screens for the PC and everything, which is pretty cool. Cookies, no, this is bought. I didn't get this from Cookie, no. We bought this. It's a client build. It's a client build. You have a 90-degree 3.0 port. That's pretty cool. 90 degrees is always a neat thing to have. So the cable doesn't come out straight directly out of the board. Now this actually might cause some compatibility issues with some cases, because you have like obstructions right here in some cases, but mostly it's fine. You have 4 SATA ports. I don't see any more, which is completely fine. SATA is getting out of favor these days. Front panel connectors. Is this a which one's a CMOS? This is the reset switch and this is the CMOS right here. And you can, let me see. So you have the 3 fan headers on the bottom. I actually love the position of the fan headers on the bottom. I'm a big fan. And you can see this is the RST switch. You can program what this switch does in the BIOS. You have like 4 options what it does. You have the CMOS. I believe this is actually it should be, because the CMOS description is right here. And usually Gigabyte just puts the CMOS right here. 2 USB 2 internal. I love that, by the way. This is very useful because a lot of cases these days come with like a lot of RGB, and you want some. The way to control RGB is you can have a hub, and most of the hubs have USB 2.0 to control the hub and everything. So like this is really useful. Oh, you have the TPM port right here. You have the 3 RGB actually, 2 addressable and 1 normal. Obviously audio. Here's your audio chip, and you can see like this is where you start noticing that this is an entry level board, like cheap. You can see the audio controller is the entry level. We can also see the revision of the board 1.0, so it's not a newer revision or anything like that. It looks like it's a 6-layer PCB based on the little squares right here. It should be. We can actually have a look at the back, but this is the IO chip right here. This is the LAN chip right here. It's a Realtek. Sadly, like the light is actually like screwing with the camera a bit, so it's not giving it any. Yeah, I can't really. But it's a Realtek chip. So let's have a look at the layer count actually, and it is 6-layer. Yeah, it is a 6-layer board. You can actually see it right here. Okay, let's have a look at the rest of the board. So, like the box said, it's a toolless design, so you can actually remove this without any hassle. Like this. This is removable. First thing that I actually notice is this PCI Express slot is directly connected to the CPU, which is really good. I'm a really big fan of that. Because once you introduce PCI Express switches, especially PCI Express 5.0 switches to switch between like an M.2 port and the PCI Express slot, you introduce signaling issues and potentially like issues with the connection to the CPU and everything. So it's always a negative in my eyes that on a board like this, the PCI Express slot is actually split with PCI Express switches. It's always good that it's directly connected. So yeah, no backplate on this board. There's no backplate, but you can't really complain. It's a really cheap board. Here you can see the power delivery potentially for the VCCSA or UCL count the CPU, whatever you want to call it. Here you should have, let me see if it's potentially split. Aha, okay, so the next one is actually split right here. You can actually see the layers, you see? So this is one split, this is the second split, this is the third split. So yeah, you have lanes going in here into the CPU. You have the main power delivery for the CPU. We have the traces, or actually I should say the memory traces are covered and they're under a ground plane. What I notice is actually they're not using the drilling method, the via drilling on the memory slots. Actually, you can see that they're not really, they're not using drilling on this. It doesn't seem like, at least. Yeah. We could have a look at the socket, the back of the socket, if it actually has it. Let's see how straight this board actually is. Does the heatsink bend the board a lot? No, it doesn't look like it actually bends it a lot. It does bend it a little bit, but that's acceptable, the amount of bend that it has. I wouldn't complain about that bend. Yeah, that's completely fine. How about from this direction? I've noticed that some Gigabyte motherboards actually have a little bit of a bend from this direction because, well, they decided to put a little grommet between the VRM heatsink and some of the ports on the back, especially like the audio ports, and it looks like actually this one is pretty straight. For example, like the Tachyon has this issue where it's really bent on the I/O port area because the heatsink is actually pressing against the ports. That's what bends that board. But yes, let's have a look at under the socket, a real quick check. Yeah, we got some capacitors, nothing special really. Nothing to note there. Actually, we could look at the bottom of the CPU area. I need to know if it has drilling. That would be good information on this board. Yeah, the buttons are also a really nice thing to have. I can actually like go over the buttons, what they are right here. These guys, they're really useful. What do the buttons do? I actually, yeah, I can show you. But let's have a look. So here you have a little logo, actually Elite logo, which is pretty funny. Here you go. We can also have a little look at the traces, the trace layout. They're basically like just straight, what's it called? Command traces. Yeah. There you go. The rest is covered. Nothing to note here, but like I said, I wanted to see if the back of the socket has drilling, and it does not. So this board actually does not have drilling on the traces, so I don't really expect it to clock insanely high on the memory or anything like that. But it should, I want to believe that it actually does 8000 with a CPU that can actually do it. But just like bench scenario. Nothing like dailyable or anything like that, just bench. So yeah, gonna do VRM teardown. Do I do a VRM teardown? It's gonna take a while. Maybe on the at the end. Maybe at the end. All right. I want to go straight to testing. Also, there's a little bit of debris inside of the socket. I just noticed. Nothing special. I can just remove it with a little toothbrush. You can actually, maybe you can actually see. Gigabyte, what is that? What is that? You can actually see it a little bit, yeah? I will not point at it because I don't want to stick my finger into the socket, but you can see. You can actually see it. I can just remove it with a toothbrush like this. Watch this. There it is. Away it goes. By the way, yes, you can actually do this. It won't hurt the pins. You will never be able to bend them with a toothbrush. You would have to be talented to damage the socket with a toothbrush. At which point I can't help you anymore. All right, let's screw this in. Let's have a look at the buttons, right? So I didn't actually go over the buttons. So here are the buttons and the post code, which is pretty cool. So you can actually see, like, this is just the power button, the reset button, and the Q flash button. So it's not a CMOS or RST button or anything like that. It's just a flash button. However, the CMOS, yeah, the CMOS doesn't get a button. It just gets a little jumper right here, which is kind of like an interesting decision that they prioritize Q flash over CMOS. But that's what they did. Also, let's count the fan connectors. So like you have the two 8-pins right here. So one fan, that's a system fan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. We have six fan connectors, which is fine for a board of this caliber. Should be fine. Also, there's another RGB connector. So like you have 4 in total RGB and 3 are addressable, which is pretty cool. Also, one thing that I noticed right here, by the way, on the board is an empty spot for a mysterious IC. A mysterious IC right here. We can have a guess what that mysterious IC might have been for Gigabyte, but we're not going to talk about that one. We're just gonna move on, yeah? It might have been something, you know? God knows what could have been that IC. All right, let's plug in a CPU. So I'll be using a CPU right here. This guy right here. So I've recently acquired 5 of these, and I've binned the IMC on 4 of them. I didn't bin the IMC on this one, nor did I try to bin the D2D and NGU. I didn't validate whether or not the NGU and D2D and the IMC are good and functional as they should be. However, on the other 4, I have fully binned everything. So this is going to be a little bit of a mysterious one and a bit of an experience for me as well, because now I have an idea how to actually bin it, and it's going to be interesting to see if a random CPU that I personally haven't validated, if it works properly with the new D2D and NGU settings and everything, with the stock BIOS. We will find out whether or not this is functional or not. And if it's not, it's going to be a perfect example why I'm not too big of a fan of the default settings they use in BIOS. So that's going to be our test bench. Oh, actually, sorry. I need to put the freaking this. Need to put this on. Yes, otherwise we don't have any cooling. Also, like, that heatsink is pretty good on the VRM. It's not lacking, that heatsink. Come on. There we go. All right, now I need the freaking this. Oh, where are you at? Yes. All right, here we go. Looks massive on the close to the I/O. Yeah, both are actually pretty significant. Actually, the top one is also pretty significant. We'll see. We'll see. We'll load this CPU up and we'll see what kind of temps we experience with the VRM. It's gonna be interesting. But so far, very good. We'll see though. We'll see how the CPU handles default settings. There we go. Actually, I can leave this outside. We need the M.2, of course. There we go. And now we go to the bench. Right. Let me double check everything. Yes, good. There we go. This is gonna be our power button right here. That's it. Okay. CPU power. Motherboard power. There we go. I need to clean the CPU a little bit. Hold up. There we go. Oh no, I messed it up again. No. There we go. Nice. Here's our CPU cooler. Let me see if the base of the cooler is actually, it's not clean. It's very dirty in fact. There we go. Okay, we're gonna be using, now this is gonna be a weird one because the one time that I used this, right, so the cryo sheet, I actually got a bunch of comments. It's like, you didn't even put thermal paste on the CPU. It's like, dude, I'm using cryo sheet. I explained it. But people are still like, yeah, they didn't use thermal paste. Dude, cryo sheet is better. It doesn't make a mess as well. So, where's my little thing? Oh no, it's not focusing. No. There we go. All right. Well then. Will we be able to actually screw this on? Yes. There we go. All right. Well, CPU fan, CPU opt, that's fine. There's actually no pump connector. Is the pump connector here? Yes. The pump connector is on the bottom. All right. Yes, all right. Right, this is also like the heatsink for the M.2, by the way. It's not focusing. Camera. Hello. It's not focusing. It is what it is. But it's pretty significant as well, this thing. Not bad. Massive thermal pad on the back as well. Okay. Wow, what GPU are we going to use? Sadly, I'm not going to be pulling out the HOF. I'm just going to be pulling out the normal one. The normal 5090. Come on then. Display. Can I get the display around? Yes, yes I can. There we go. I need a 12 pin, of course. There we go. And of course the classic. This is a classic CL 26 1.40 volts 6000 royals. There we go. Moment of truth. I also need to plug in the keyboard. Very good feeling USBs. And the postcode works, it's white. Oh, and there's postcode LEDs right next to it as well. while this is working, actually, I'll give you a postcode camera as well. However, watch this. This thing is already in, basically. Let me see if I can get into BIOS, so I can flash it. Okay, I basically missed all of the comments, so that's gonna be interesting. Because I was more focusing on the board itself and not yapping to the chat. Hello. There's a, yeah. Here we go. We're gonna do a little postcode camera as well. While this BIOS is updating. Hold on. I need a second hand. I need a second hand with this. There we go. Huh. F1 BIOS. What? F1 BIOS? Okay. That's the stable one for CPUs that are not stable. But let's have a little quick overview until default. Extreme. GIGABYTE B860 default. Interesting. Oh no. NGU. Oh no. That's what I feared. That's what I feared. Oh no. I feared that there will be no NGU and D2D ratio options. Ouch. Oof. Oof, not good, not good. Okay, so this is the first BIOS. What I am interested in before I flash the BIOS is what are the default values for D2D and NGU. So we will literally just go straight in. We're just gonna set defaults. We're gonna go into Windows. I will try to set this camera up as fast as I can. As fast as I can. While the board keeps resetting, because that's just the normal Gigabyte behavior. It resets like 3 times before you can go into Windows. It's normal. It happens even after you flash the BIOS. It restarts first time, then second time, then it tries to boot, and once it tries to boot, it restarts one more time. That's normal. Alright, what I am interested in is the default value for D2D and NGU on the new, or the old BIOS, right? So, first I need to actually change the resolution, otherwise you guys can't see. So let's change the res to this. Sad, but maybe boost or whatever it's called works. Relying on an unstable feature is a bad idea. Anyway, let's see. Sensors only. And let's hope that we actually get the readouts. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to update this. We don't get the D2D. We get the NGU, but I assume that D2D is 2.1. Let me update. Oh yeah, I can't do it like this. We need to go here. Installer portable, of course. Aha, okay. All right, please give me the readout. Oops. Oh, we get the AORUS theme. Sadly, they didn't do a GIGABYTE AORUS theme. Really? Okay. It seems like we don't get D2D values. But like I said, I assume that the D2D is 2.1 here, considering the NGU is 2.6. So yeah, this should be still reliable for this platform at stock. Now, let's go straight into, it seems like my, dude, this got, okay. This install got so cooked because it's on this platform. It's the install for this platform. And this platform tends to be very broken. At stock, without doing anything, it's broken. So let's go straight into BIOS. I'm gonna have to close the sheets, otherwise I'm gonna get blasted with the Giga soon. Watching you before work, before. Yeah, right. Yeah, probably watch VOD. Hope you're well. I'm doing pretty good, yeah. All right, let's just flash this thing because we know there's a new BIOS. Wait. Oh wow, there's a freaking, oh my goodness, this board has not RGB, but it's just a white LED under the heatsink. It actually doesn't look too bad. Interesting. There it is. F10. While that is working, I can give you a postcode LED. Let's find out. Cam2. Okay, we got it. Okay. Okay. Can I make it shine? Let's see. Where are you? Where is the postcode? Where? Ah, there it is. There you are. Not bad. Okay, we're gonna make it a little bit smaller. That's fine, I think. Or should I put it right here in between? Or actually, last time I think I did it over here, I believe, no? Something like that. Hello, Toon. Also, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, that's the bottom LED. That's cool, okay. That's perfectly fine. Not bad. Let me see what happens when I do this. That's fine. There we go. No. Which one is better, like the blue one or this one? This one can't work anymore, and this one doesn't work as well. I think the blue one, no? Blau. All right. The sun, the sun. Normal 5090 grabs the amp extreme. No. Oh, it's Darko. It's actually 155. You serious? Holy smokes. Oh, Darko, thank you for the sub. Or no, that's not a sub. Fabio subbed. However, Darko went with the freaking watch streak. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good, Fabio. Can this BIOS take any longer? Like, who added this? What did we add? Oh, I did. Like, oh my god, I added that emote decades ago. I love that emote. I love Eve. No nuke for the OS. What BIOS do I suggest for the Aorus Master? The one with the microcode 0x123. I'm not sure which one exactly that is for the Aorus Master. The Master X should be F6. I don't know what it is for Master. Let me check if I potentially have it in my lineup. Master. F8, maybe? Potentially. That's the last BIOS I have on my list. It costs 155 in manufactory. That's insane for a postcode, by the way. This board comes with a postcode 155 here. Where are all the people who have been complaining, why don't manufacturers put postcodes on all of the boards? Where are these guys now, dude? Like, look at it. Alright, I can pull this. Anyway, let's have a thorough overview, right? Okay, so you can see all the details of the system right here. Microcode even. You get the fans, you get the what kind of like PCI Express device you're using and what kind of M.2. What kind of memory. You don't really get the, you just get the G-skill, you know, but you don't get like the what XMP it is or whatever. You can actually like do this, right? Or extreme memory profile, you can select it here. Resize bar, preferred operating mode, easy mode, advanced mode, which is pretty cool. And then the rest of the stuff is behind my camera. Actually, you can select what the postcode is after boot, which is really cool. Like, what? This board is 155? You can actually select it to be CPU temp or disable it, right? If you want a fully blacked out build, you can disable it. But I personally put it to CPU because you can actually read the CPU temp just off of the board. That's pretty cool. Fast boot, memory mode. That's it for this menu. Perf drive right here behind chat. Recommend me profile. I have never tried that one. But let's have a look at the advanced menu. So let's just do a base profile for this. I usually just do like a little base, which is kind of like a little overview of the whole thing. Aorus Bright, you can choose which.
Cat sitting very comfortably around the campfire with its friends.
You can. Oh, a sub. A primer for 2 months. Mr. Red, thank you for the sub. We have you can select which theme you want for this board. The Aorus is probably the orange one. Aurorus Bright is this one, and then you have the grayscale, which is kind of like a blacked out, and in fact it's actually completely blacked out. You have the postcode thing, which I'll select to CPU, QFlash, third party, right. I will actually be able to show you one bug of this BIOS with the new like generations, which is kind of a yikes, a little bit of a yikes bug. I will disable internal graphics actually. PCI link speed config, which is pretty cool to have here, by the way. Previously it was in miscellaneous, right here. Now it's in here. That's pretty cool. I like that. Let's disable this. And then you have here, right? You can actually program what the button does, right? The RST button, right? Reset button. Hardware reset, I usually set it to set this button to boot in safe mode or on safe mode, which is basically if the board fails to post certain settings, you can just press it and it will go into safe mode without CMOSing everything. So your settings will stay and the system will boot in safe mode, which means that it will boot in JDEC in stock settings and everything, right? I love this setting, personally. Direct sense, motherboard sense, which is just that's the CPU VIN voltage, not the actual voltage of the CPU. That's the DLVR voltage. So what do we have here? Intel default setting baseline, then we have a performance profile, then we have the default extreme, spec enhance, optimization, and unleash. Unleash is basically like unlimited power and some of the protection features disabled. And potentially like higher core clock speeds, more sustained core clock speeds under load. Recommend me profile, I never did that, but God knows what happens. You have some CPU core ratios right here, max ring ratio and nothing else. That's basically it.
White BIOS, my eyes.
White BIOS, I know, yeah. This is, oh, we no longer have the NGU option. Well, now we weren't even able to actually set the NGU option. But now it's gone. Activation offset, this is basically, so it takes the thermal limit of the platform, which is 105, and then this is a reduction in temperature. So like, let's say you put it to 15, that means that your thermal limit is now 90, right? 105 minus 15, 90. That's it. Because if you go to, it actually doesn't exist. It exists in the Z board, but you can set the thermal limit, but it's only plus thermal limit. So 105, 106, 107. You can't set it less than 105. So this is an alternative to lowering the thermal limit of the CPU, which is pretty cool. I don't mind it. CEP, you can set this here if you like. You don't really have to, unless you're undervolting the CPU. Load line, AVX. Okay, only enable, disable. Okay. Okay. C state, power limit. And here I can maybe show you the bug. See the bug? So like only 2 values next to the line that you're moving up and down are changing. The rest of the screen is actually not changing. That is an annoying bug. You see this? Oh, now that I go down, it doesn't happen. But sometimes it happens. And it's so annoying. See what I mean? Like sometimes the values on the first 2 values change and then the rest of the BIOS actually doesn't. It's a bit of an annoying bug. Gear mode, memory, real time, that's all standard. Training, that's all standard. Now it's fine. It's still buggy a little bit, you know? Okay. Okay, that's fine. CPU DLVR voltage mode, you can set it if you like, but that's just the V in, I believe. It should be, I think, because the other one is here. Yeah, internal VCCSA. We don't really usually touch that one. CPU VNNA on, usually 0.77. Here it's 0.8 by the looks of it, but I don't trust those values. Actually, Gigabyte uses static values for those. Even if the actual value is different, it just uses static values for that. 1.3 for this, which is a bit, I believe it's a bit high for just JDEC stock, nothing. What else do we have? CPU VRM, internal VR control, that's all okay, interesting. It's interesting to see that exposed. Good to see. Then we have the VDDQ, IO, CLK, VDD2, and DDR5 voltage. Let's do a little base. Save. Base. (3D Mark) 01 enhancement. I know, right? And they choose to keep that option in. I'm not exactly sure why. It seems like one of the Gigabyte engineers absolutely loves that setting. They can't live without it. Fun that it has a postcode? Yes. Yes. It's a miracle that they choose a postcode at this price point. At this point, like the Force should have the postcode. Wait, didn't I download this one? Ah, no. This is just, right, because I didn't pin it. Right. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. So basically, here it comes down to a lot of CPUs on this platform are not stable at this setting, specifically NGU and D2D. Now, here we can't see D2D. There's no readout. But I would actually assume that D2D is also 3.0. And how can we find that out? There's an easy way to actually find that out, is you can clock your memory to like about 7600, and you can test IDA, and you can test or see what your write speed is. And if your write speed is over 106 or so, we have D2D that is higher than 2.1. That's a bit of a yikes, because like I said, a lot of these CPUs are actually not stable at that multiplier, at that speed. I don't know why they do this and why they choose to use these settings the way that they do, but I personally disagree massively with this. Okay, so let's have a look at the sensors, however. We can see CPU VNNA on. Actually, I should really pop up the new hardware info. It might have some more stuff. Probably not, but it might, you know. Still nothing here. Some CPU readouts. I could unhide everything. Yes. Okay, so I unhid everything now. Okay. Aha, I just had this hidden, which is fine. I can hide it again. PCH temperature, I can enable monitoring. Is there more CPU? I don't need this. PCH temp, 30 degrees. That's nothing. I can hide this again, or actually like I can disable and hide. We have the VRM MOS, DLVRN, which is the core VRM core voltage, VNNA on, which seems to be 0.8, VCCSA, which seems to be around 1.3. I'm not actually sure why it droops so hard to 1.1. Maybe a power saving feature. Again, another readout for the core. iGPU, which we disabled. Then we have the current of the VRM, current monitoring. Not sure if it's exactly accurate, probably not. Then we have the DIMM, and that's it. That's it, the rest is GPU. Okay. Let's have a look how this CPU actually does. In the meantime, I will enable my settings again, or sensors. There we go. Package power. That's a lot of power, by the way. Holy. That is a lot of power for TM5. I can do the DLVR voltage. That's fine. Just a little short test. We can also see the effective frequency of the CPU. Right? Around 5.4. Around 4.7 for the E-cores. Good temps. Now keep in mind, this is a readout. It is not actually physically effective clock speed, it just reads it that way. If it was actually effective, it would be much higher temperature. But yeah, this is what the burst workloads for the CPU look like. So they're reaching the effective core clock speed. That's good. So far, so good. At JDEC. What is our JDEC actually? Let's have a look. 4800 is our JDEC on these sticks. Seems like. Is this your first time? No. No. It's my first time testing the board, like this specific board. We can also have a look at the VRM MOS. Is there another readout? Oh no, it's bugged out. Okay, so we just have this one right here. It seems to be fine to the yeah, it seems to be fine to the touch and very accurate to this. I would say that it's 48 or so. Yeah, about 50 degrees I would say based on the touch. Okay. That's good to see. So GPU working perfectly. Let me see if it's 16x. Come on then. Yes. 16x 5.0. Perfect. Good stuff. Okay. We can in fact jump. Wait. Before I jump, I will actually do my little test. R15 Extreme. Let's see the temps of the CPU under load. It should be 250 watts. Okay. The AIO is doing a fine job. Seems like P-Core 76. 88. Seems like these guys are hotter ones. And then these guys are pretty hot as well. Which is normal, like the cores are a bit offset to the top right. But that's completely fine. Let's see our score. Okay, so performance is there. Perfect. Let's see our effective core clock speed, just a little short one. Oh yeah, we can... Ooh. That's impressive. Not bad. It's just barely underclocking on the P core. Everything else is sustained. Alright, well, let's jump straight back in. Right, I need to launch this 2 times. The HyperVision is putting in work. Alright, what can we do with this? Let's find out. I wonder. Intel Default Settings baseline, not performance. What does this do? Now, we know that this platform requires a power drain, power reset, right? For some settings to apply properly. So, I will, in fact, drain, press the power button for about 10 seconds, and then power back on. And that should give us the most relevant result for whatever changed, if anything changed, right? From the performance to baseline profile. I hope that the NGU and D2D actually changed, because my personal preference for those two values are D2D 21 and then NGU 26, which is the old default value for Intel. And it is the most reliable one. It is not obviously the fastest one, but it's the most reliable one, especially CPUs. Based on the CPUs that I've tested and binned, only 2 out of 5 CPUs are able to run 30x on NGU and D2D, both of them, right? And that was binned on an OCF, so it's a best case scenario for those two values, right? Best board for the platform for G2, right? For Gear 2, and for CPU stability as well. Well, depends how you look at it, but yes. So we'll see if anything changes here. The post time is incredible. Classic Gigabyte. All right, let's see if anything changed in terms of NGU. No. Please give me the setting, please. Why do they hide the setting? Like, did anything else change? However, yeah, the power limit changed. Yeah, that's the only thing that changed. So that's the default baseline. Then you have the performance, and then you have the extreme. A bit of a loss in performance, about a little bit more than 5%. That's all fine. Well, let's go back. Let's put it back to default performance profile. And let's just do a bit of a memory overclocking, shall we? How do you test D2D NGU? How do you test? You mean stability test or what? Performance test or stability? Stability. You load it up with as much shit as possible with the 5090 and as many M.2 devices as possible. You run a 3D workload with a memory stress test and ideally also a network connection. So like running stream, for example. You bust out a freaking stream on Twitch, you run everything together, and then you look at the behavior. That's what you do. That's what you do. But let's see if this thing can actually handle straight up 7200. I don't have to change that actually. I have to change that. Memory timing will fix, that's fine. All right. That's a good one. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. 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 Okay. 16, 8, 4, 4, 20, 24, 4. We're gonna do a 64 here. Okay, perfect. Do I trust the voltages? The only thing I really need to set is this. We're gonna set it to a like a value that is favored by the motherboard. Let's set it to a value that the motherboard likes. 1.4 should be, I think, should be enough. These are the royals, so it should be enough. I never actually tested them on like a specific speed like this. I only really tested them at really high speed or like around 6,000. Looks Mac, yes. Right, let's see the postcode then. Why did the camera move? Yeah. Or did it? Ah, no, they didn't move. Just the LED is right behind the postcode. I see. Okay, so straight up into boot. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, straight up. Keep in mind, these sticks are not very favored by the board. Like they're the G-SCO sticks. The PCB is not very, like the board doesn't really like it. Not the best, at least. The V colors would be much better, for example. So if we hit any instability issues or anything like that, it could also be the board not liking the sticks. Let me just double check something. Hold up. I will check this. What do we have? WR40040? Salty, are you responsible for this? I swear to God, if you are responsible for this. Oh my goodness. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's hilarious. I swear to God. Let's see the voltages. So 1.1, that's completely fine. VDDQ 1.35, that's completely fine. 1.15, that is perfect. Good job, Gigabyte. You choose good voltages for 7200, just like the Tachyon when I tested it. Then we have VNNOG didn't change, right? Didn't change. VCCSA 1.2. Okay, guys, we need to have a talk here. That's a bit low, especially for NGU and D2D at this level. But let's first actually have a look in IDA, right? Let's close this. Let's have a look at. I don't understand that, by the way. Yes. Now, this is a loose setting. I could tighten it up, but there's a reason for it. I don't want this thing to bug out. I know the platform too well. And that thing bugs out. All right, let's have a look. What the write speed is. We're gonna have to check at 7600. That's the only way. Or it's 78 if this board actually does it. We'll see. The latency, well, oh, actually latency also shows you D2D. That's another thing. If this is like 80 plus, it could. Okay. That's a really good latency for the speed, by the way, and I don't like it. That means that the NGU is, or D2D is probably 30. Which I don't know what to think about it, man. Like, this is gonna be so unstable. I need to, dude, I need to report this. Actually report this. It's like, guys, these CPUs, you're using bin CPUs in your labs. Most of the other CPUs that are around the world don't run this. They don't do it. And sadly, I don't get anything else in IDA as well. And no other voltages, nothing else. That's a shame, man. Just a bunch of temp sensor. Okay. Is this stable? Let's have a look. Let's have a look if this is actually running. Should I bust out a stream? Oh, I need to limit this. Meow! There we go. And then TM5. Let's see. Let's have a look if this CPU can actually handle it. I kind of want to put a fan on the RAM. The fan on the RAM. The fan on the RAM. Hello, this CPU is really cheap for yes, it's a one socket yeah, it's a last gen, seems like. Yeah, it might be last gen, yeah, but yeah, right now, well, we are soon gonna get hit by a CPU shortage, so look out for that. There's gonna be no CPUs on the market. It's so, dude, it's so dumb. Intel comes out with the most competitively priced CPUs ever. Intel was never cheap, by the way. They were always expensive, and it comes out with the stupidest prices ever. The stupidest in good terms, right? And we're gonna get hit by a CPU shortage. Dude, you gotta be kidding. They advertised 92 for that Mobo. Okay, we're gonna find that out. We're gonna find that out. It depends on CPU, of course, right? If the CPU can't do it, then you can't do anything. So far, so good. Let me bust out a stream. Hopefully I don't get blasted by busting out a stream. The DMCA claim. Imagine. I wonder if this is the one. Yes. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna hide it. So there's gonna be a stream running, because I don't know if I'm gonna get blasted or not. So we're gonna put it to 720p. You saw what it was, right? The food vids, right? Food vids. And then what you do, you open Task Manager, and you just monitor the behavior of the internet while you're running stress tests. And obviously you're monitoring the GPU load, you're monitoring if it's stuttering potentially, if it's losing LAN, stuff like that. You're monitoring the whole system, what's going on. And seems like with this CPU and this BIOS and this motherboard, it seems like it's doing okay. We don't see any weird behavior on the internet. It seems like it's keeping the connection going. Nothing is stuttering. The 3D mark is not crashing, which is really good, right? All right. That's just Intel's luck. I think, dude, Intel's luck right now is the fact that AI is gonna gobble up all of their CPUs. That's Intel's luck right now. Which I wouldn't be complaining if I was Intel right now. Anyway, let's jump into a real quick VT3 because I'm actually curious. I'm gonna have like this open for you so you can actually see the temps. Even with VT3, even with VT3, we can see stable connection, stable 3D mark in the back. Not bad, not bad. That's good. even with 1.2 SA voltage on this specific CPU, like I need to, what's it called? I will keep mentioning the fact that it's this particular CPU because I've tested 5 and the difference between them is astronomical. Like, one of them was running everything fine at 8800, NGU D2D 3030, everything fine, even undervolted. And then you plug in the second one and you try to run 8800, missing partition, no boot, no post, can't restart. So if you restart it, you get it hangs on posting. So like, what the hell is going on, dude? So like, I try to mess around with a bunch of settings, some voltages, some frequencies, some multipliers and so on, and then find out that the D2D and NGU can't actually run at that speed, right? The stock speed now. And 8800 works fine on it, for example. And then I plug in the third one and it runs 3030 D2D and NGU, but it doesn't run 8800 at all. Like, literally cannot run it. So I was like, first I'm gonna underclock the D2D and NGU. Let's see if that helps. Didn't help. Didn't help at all. Try to overvolt SA a little bit more. Try to tweak the voltages a little bit, left and right, right? Nothing helps. So I had to just lower the frequency of the RAM to find out if it's getting better or not. And it got better. So, okay, so the third one doesn't work at 8800, but has NGU D2D functioning properly. The fourth one, again, like, works completely fine. Everything fine. 3030X, completely fine. 8800, completely fine. This one is on a good side, by the way. This one is in the functional territory. So we don't have to be too concerned about the 3030 on D2D and NGU. Seems like, right? Because we're just testing this initially on a very controlled bench table. We don't know how it's going to behave in a daily situation, which is a completely different story, by the way. But so far, it seems to be promising. Now, we're still going to go for 7600 and find out how the IDA speed is. And find out if it's D2D also does overclocked, higher multiplier, right? So far so good though, not bad. What is the VRMOS temp? 60 degrees, not bad. I'm touching the VRM and it is 60 degrees, yeah. It's getting to a point where you can't touch it anymore. Okay, not bad, impressive. UEFI 76. So that was a first time freaking 7200 profile, just like that. Not bad. Not even enabling XMP or anything like that. Because some of the boards, some of the Gigabyte boards, you need to apply the DDR5 boost option. This XMP booster. You need to apply this because it applies some of the hidden settings, right? In the background, it sets some of the settings to make it work, right? Here, we didn't even set it. We just like literally set 76 or 72. Okay. I need to change some of the timings. And now I also know that this kit actually runs 72 at 1.4 volts. Not bad. I'm not sure why I'm so surprised like XMP stuff works at that. Do you have a what? You need a Z890 Mobo? All right, you didn't you didn't get the colorful yet? Jesus. Do you have a case with getting hotter over time? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. But yes, that's not the case just with 12 pins, by the way. That's a case with all connectors, right? All of them. Over time, when they go through heat cycles and some corrosion gets on the metal parts, you know, the pins and the it just starts happening. Like that's just the normal thing. Also, it seems like we're gonna have to RST this thing. Okay. Oi, oi, oi. Wait, let me try to RST this thing. Let's see if RST button works. Nope. What? It doesn't work. Why not? Right. It's just a pain. I see. And please don't tell. Am I gonna have to CMOS this thing? Is it safe to use? Whatever I say might not work out in the end. That's the thing. So if I say, oh, it's safe to use, it still might melt in the end. If I say it's not safe to use, it might still last forever, right? Better safe than sorry, though, right? So what I would do, there is a cream that you can buy that improves the connectivity between the surfaces, right? So between the pins and the connector and everything. And it also prevents any moisture from coming into the connector, so it doesn't corrode the surface of the connector and everything, right? There's a cream that you can buy. And I can recommend you buying that cream, put it on into the connector on the power supply and on the GPU. It will also be better thermally conductive, so it will take the heat away from the pins on the connector, on the power supply and everything. It will spread it a little bit more evenly instead of the heat being directly on top of the pin itself, right? So there you go. I think I have it here, in fact. There you go. That's the cream, for example. If the camera would focus, there you go. That's the cream. You can also buy different ones. There's a there's a freaking, car rated or motor vehicle rated cream like that. You can also use that if you like. But yeah. Anyway, let me check if I screwed up something. I don't think so. No. Actually, it's fine. Actually, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Where can I find? Just Google it. The electric cream. Grease. It's a grease. We're gonna we're gonna have to use a profile, I think. Or I could just switch to 2 times 24 and make it a lot easier. RST Switch to the rescue. Dude, it takes a while for this thing to power back on. Run at 600. Dude, I would always avoid the GPU running at 600 because that is not 600 on the power connector. It is way higher. So I would recommend you just not exceeding 450. Hello, just energy, angry. Yeah, just angry. How are you doing? How are we today? 16. We have the Micron. We have the Hynix. 76. 8. What? What are these timings? Oh my goodness. But yeah, we can use that, and we're gonna change some timings around. Let me tell you that. We're gonna change some timings around. Oh, 07. Let's see what happens. Isn't yes, 450 was kind of like the default for a lot of them. But realistically, you don't even need more like than 450. Like a 4090 is efficient. Like that thing is efficient. You would have to load it up with some crazy shit to get to like 450. Or do a overclock. Okay, so the profile works. The profile works. Let's check the sensors. I'm actually curious what kind of power or voltage this is using. Let's say.
And then Terry's PPA dailying 800 watt BIOS.
Yeah, but that's the 5090, not the 4090. The 4090 has the 666 watt BIOS, which is also fairly difficult to actually reach unless you're benching or playing modded Need for Speed Most Wanted. Okay, still the same. Still the same. Did I screw the timings up? Is it possible? It can't. It can't be. What do we have here? Okay. Do they automatically increase TREFI? I swear to God, if they do, they have to. Like this. Yes, they do. Please, guys, don't do this. Don't do that, bruh. Oh, wait. Oh, you have a 5090. Okay. That makes more sense. I thought you have a 4090. I didn't read the whole conversation. Force for okay. Good choice. Can I just set 78 here? Is that beneficial? I kind of just want to set the rest of the stuff, you know? I'll just do 22. I swear to God, this thing has been screwing me for too long. There was this one time where I was like scratching my head. Why the hell is it not posting? And then it was the 22. No reason at all. Like, it should never be that. But for some reason it was. Check TikTok for a kick. I'm looking at my postcode and it's not posting. Dude, are we serious, guys? Oh my goodness. Yes, that probably wins the award. Also, are we serious, guys? We can't set some timings? Baka baka. Okay, not a great experience so far. Please, Intel, don't bite. Yeah, it's biting. I can tell you that, it's biting. So in this case, you would have to go through every single timing to find out which one is causing this. But that's annoying, man. But so far so good. Actually, I'm pretty happy that 72 worked out the way that it did. That's not bad. Let's see if we can do 8,000. What are these times? What are those? What are those, bruv? Alright, let's just do standard. Standard primary. I should have chose 48, that would be better. What? Okay. Now, which timing is actually causing this? Can we find out? Can I do like a profile? No, never mind. We're gonna test stability first, but which timing is actually causing this? TRAS? No. Okay. Is it potentially this? It could be. Oh. What is it then? I swear to God, it's the tertiaries. But what? What in the tertiaries? Am I washed? Guys, I'm washed. I'm a washed tweaker. What? What?
Doing too much AM5 builds.
Actually, that might be true. That might be true, yeah. Come on then. Okay, so we can save 8,000 here. I pressed 2 times, man. This should work. So I don't see a reason why that would not work. Okay. I swear to God, it's the 22, man. Like, what? That has been screwing with me for so long. I don't know why. I don't know why that happens. So we're doing this one next. And then if it's 24, I'm just gonna leave it. I will literally just leave it alone. It seems like it actually is. Yeah. Man, screw that setting, man. It should be 2020, but it doesn't work, and then 2020 apparently also doesn't work. Okay. That doesn't matter. Let's jump in. Let's jump in and find out. It might have also been the reason why we didn't post this like 7800. Right. Did you lose your intro skills? Yeah, no. That's a weird one. It's a weird one. Like this should work actually. So like the 22 or even 20, like the 20 should be working by the way. But apparently, no. Let's check out IDA, right? Let's check out this IDA low thing. Let's see. Does the write speed exceed 110? It should, based on the D2D. If it doesn't, then D2D, there you go. So D2D is in fact 30 as well. This is what they're using these days in stock BIOS configuration, which again, I am not a big fan of because it makes the platform incredibly unreliable. But yeah, Good to see 8,000 on this. Not bad. Not bad. 71 still. We're not pushing timings yet. The timings are not the point yet. So let's have a look at the voltages. Voltages, where you at? So these guys are still exactly the same, funnily enough. Still the same. 1.3 volts on SA now. Okay. Could see a little bump there. You know, 1.5 volts on the memory. Right, that's the XMP boost thing. Okay. They bend for literally the worst sticks on the planet Earth. Let's see. Alright, let's bust out the stream. So the stream is open, boy. The stream is open. We're gonna hide that. No DMCA, please. Right. Let's see how reliable this board actually is. Okay, network connection looking good. Not bad. Seems like this CPU actually handles the D2D NGU, unless it might actually be, I hope it's not error correcting, but if it was error correcting, we would see the weird behavior, right? It would be like cutting out LAN, and the GPU load would be all over the place, and also the stream would be lagging. But the stream is completely smooth. Not bad. Okay. That's pretty impressive. Coming from 4-dimmer Z790 and B760 boards, Gigabyte boards specifically. Yeah, this about matches the best Z790 and B760 boards, the refresh boards from Gigabyte, the 8-layer ones. This basically matches that. So those are the best possible ones, right? It matches it quite easily, in fact. We could push for more. But yeah, I think right now, based on the 1.5 hour of this board, or actually even less, because the overview was like kind of like a half an hour thing. It's been like an hour of experience, actual experience on the board, right? The first BIOS is probably gonna be the stable one if your CPU can't do NGU and D2D, and there are many of them, right? So IP, where? What? Where? What do you mean? Dude, anyway, please don't cut me off like that, man. The updated BIOS automatically adjusts the NGU and D2D, right? And alright, oh my fucking god. You're actually right. But this is, it shouldn't be anything, by the way. It's over a switch. It should still be fine. Right? Right. Anyway. It's sad that the board doesn't allow you to set NGU and D2D. That would be good. Because I don't like the default values. Also, this seems to be fine, funnily enough. This is completely fine. Not bad. What kind of RAM is this PC getting? Okay. For 150 euros, this is basically the B760 Elite X. If you remember it. It's basically that. But with better features, by the way. Better slots, better VRM, postcode, onboard buttons, better I/O, and same price, by the way. Oh, it's faster as well. Holy. That's impressive. Not bad. I mean, it seems like the CPU is actually hard carrying this thing. This CPU seems to be pretty good. Can it overclock CPU? No. You can just set like the extreme profile if you like. That's it. Or unleashed profile. Which I'm also curious about. But I'm already like reaching the thermal limit almost. AIO struggling. Where's the MOS temp? 61 is the MOS temp. I'm just waiting for a score. I'm curious. Okay, not bad. Not bad. that's fine. Right on the edge, but it should be still fine. This, however... $190 in the UK. Okay, I see. Why not? I'll give it to Ida. An Ida run. Let's do it. Nice. It doesn't find it well. Ah, there it is. Okay. It took a while. Not bad. Yeah, 84. I mean, for 150. Is it actually? Let me check. It is 155. What the? Okay. I mean, it's a shame. It's a shame that you can't set NGU and D2D, because I feel like not all CPUs are going to be stable in this. I could just plug in one of the CPUs that didn't work, by the way, and see if it works in this. Probably not, of course, but... not bad.
Worth a try.
Worth a try, that means more time. More time. Beer me. What? Wait, what the hell is that score? What? Wait. How much did we get? What the? Oh my goodness. That's not bad. Hold up, we didn't even check the volts. Same thing. No change. Actually, no change. Second score, let's see. Nice. How is the 5090 on the chiller? Oh my god. What? Now that is crazy, bro. What? Jesus. That's power limited as well. Fuck. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Seems like we got a golden CPU here. That's hilarious. Let me save this. Default extreme, I would assume this is just freaking power limit. Use of unlocked features. Okay. Let's see what happens. I'm actually curious if it's just power limit. I say it's the board. You think it's the board? I say it's the CPU. +2. That doesn't mean anything. What does that? What? What is that in effective core clock speed in benchmarks?
Objection.
I see. Oh, you call this extreme? Okay. Is it undervolted? No. Okay, extreme. Okay. It's just a tiny bump in power. That's fun. Okay. Well, it did score good. Expected. Let me try unleash. Unleash is what I'm actually curious about because it might be undervolt potentially. We could try to undervolt. Let's CEP undervolt protection disable. Recommend me profile. Wait. Unleash is just a power unlimit. Let's see if it's potentially undervolt. No. No, it in fact is not. Let me play around with this a little bit. I'm gonna limit to 100. Does it change anything? No. No. Or we could just undervolt it with the LVR. Or I should say not the LVR, but the V core, right? VRM. You could undervolt it like that. That's actually like a funny thing. Well, that is a bit of an undervolt. Interestingly enough. Oh, it doesn't find. Let's try here. Oh wow. Oh wow, okay. Not bad. Sustained, really? In VT3? Oh my goodness. Sustained. Under an AIO as well. This is just AIO, nothing special. Not bad. What's the droop? 180 millivolts droop. That's hilarious. Jesus. Okay. Could put the VRM temp right here. 60 still. Like this VRM does not care. Good board. I love it. I actually love it. Like straight up. Dude, just give us like freaking D to D and NGU so I can underclock them if the CPU does not work. Because if the CPU doesn't work, then you're stuck. You can't do anything. It might, maps, it might be just the B860. It might just not have the options at all. Like across the board with all manufacturers. I don't know, right? I didn't check. Also, for some reason, my viewers got nuked for What happened? Am I that boring? What? What? That is crazy business, by the way. That is crazy. Excuse me? And it's passing as well. It's not like we're struggling here. Well, I'm actually curious. We can see the CPU temp, by the way. I don't need to have hardware info open. Might have found a god CPU, by the way. Imagine that the one CPU I didn't bin for IMC is the really good one. Not that great actually. Do I have? I do. Ah. Oh, nah. Okay. At least it reminds you. A0. If it go, that's funny. If it goes to 100, it shows A0. Let me see the power out of the power meter. Wow, exactly 500 watts. And that's only CPU, by the way. 500. Nah, that is crazy business, bro. That is crazy. What? Am I just gonna make like an 84 profile on this? What the fuck? Residuals are the same as well.
Yes.
Yeah. What sticks do I have? I don't have any sticks for this. I have T-Force. I'm not using these, that's for sure. I ain't using these. These, I need to test them one day. There will be a day when I test these clef sticks. Krass. These are finally the ones that have different PCB. They have the really good PCB. So I'm like, ah, hell yeah, brother. Yeah, they have the really good one. 10 layer. With the little circle. Yeah. These guys are staying until I test them. I could test them on this. Anyway, residuals are still going and that is wild. Excuse me? What the hell? Okay, I can save this. Yeah, this board is not messing around. now I need to increase these guys. Let me do 58. I believe. No, isn't it this? No. It should be that. Oh no, 442. Yeah, I thought that's not 448. And I think I need to increase this as well. 07. Immediate fail. Let me try the V colors. The void timings, I'm not in control of that. It's not finished yet. Yeah, it is what it is. Wait for it to be finished. That's all I can say. XMP booster. Let's see. Let me see. I'm actually curious now. If we can just do this. Let's see. There's a lot that is going into the void timings, by the way. Like, yeah. I have seen his other tools, yeah. I've seen. Well, the board doesn't like these, it seems like. Unless... No, the board doesn't like these sticks. Never mind. Okay, that's a pass. Did it figure out third time? Usually a Gigabyte does that. It's like first time, second time, third time is fine. Okay, it did figure it out. I want to boot in and see if it's unstable. I would be shocked if it is. Let's see if we can get that 9000 on a 4 dimmer. How's the volts? How's the timings? 1.3, yeah, special. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, everything else is untouched. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Oh no, it's fine. No, it's fine. It was just an anomaly. An anomaly. Team Blue. Well, so far, dude, I wish it wasn't for the D2D and NGU. If this thing had a way of setting NGU and D2D, and if it had default settings for NGU and D2D by default, so 21 D2D and 26 NGU, I would name it the best board in this price range by far. It's not even close. It is not even close for anything else. Impressive VRM, good heatsink. Overclocking ability of DDR5 seems to be impressive. The expansion slots are good. The I/O is good. You have a postcode. You have power on reset buttons, Q flash button. You have an RST button that you can program to go into safe boot, or safe mode, I should say. It just needs that setting, bro. Like, if it just had this setting, because this setting alone makes it potentially unstable with specific CPUs. And you can't do anything about it. That's the issue. With BIOS mod, you think the settings would change with a BIOS mod? So even if you expose those settings, you think the settings would change? There's only one way to test. There's really one way to test, and that is if we unlock the BIOS and test it. What's the best for gaming? 14900K seems to be really good. However, the 270K is not too far behind. In very specific games it is. In Minecraft, for example, it's very far behind. Yeah, seems to be okay. Yeah, it's like this. What the fuck? That is the funniest shit ever. What the? That's gotta be the dumbest shit I've ever seen, bro. What the hell? Anyway, 60. Yeah, that's fine.
Why in Minecraft?
By the way, I saw your comment. I don't know. Ask the developers. Probably because there's a lot of assets everywhere. And because this CPU is not the best at actually fetching those assets through the interconnects and everything, it probably slows it down, you know? Whereas the Extra D performs really well because it can squeeze all of those assets into the 3D cache. Oh, that's interesting. This board just has to figure out these sticks, it seems like. As a second try. Hello. Let's see the third try. If the 31 is fast, it should be good. Never mind. Never mind, we're not fast. Oof. Okay. Oh, I did configure it, I think. Okay. Thank God. Okay. I have an idea. I have an idea. Let's see if that idea works out. Right. There's nothing in here. No need to change those. That's fine. Is there another BIOS recommend? I mean, some of them are beta on that, yeah? No worries. Anything up until 1203D is okay. So if you can still find anything in between, I personally just prefer patch A. They changed it. There's two possible options. Wait. I have illness in the head. Absolute illness. Is this actually? Okay, that was hilariously funny. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna open this one more time. It's just the boost profile, so like the timings, don't even look at them. I'm not even trying to do timings yet. I'm just trying to figure out if this works. Okay, Giga, take notes. Take notes how to make 86 work. Literally need to take notes how to make 86 work. Ooh. Ooh. That's a bit much. You don't need that much. Okay. But that's impressive. I should have... Wait. Oh my god, you're telling me that ADI would work as well just because of RTTs? Like, RTTs were completely cooked. I was looking at those RTTs and I was like, maybe? Maybe? No. Never trust them. Never. Yeah, Gigabyte needs to take notes. However, I don't have anything else unlocked, so I don't know what the SKUs are. It's just RTTs right now. Not bad. We just need to make this faster now. So faster in terms of timings, right? These timings are basically 9,000. They're fine for 9,000, except for 40. 42 would be better. in terms of stability. Everything else, like, and this one's okay as well. Not bad. Can we do a VT3 run? Oh, this is not unleashed profile. Right. Or not running unleashed. Well, 2 minutes. What are we doing? Dude, I have these. I have these when I went to UK. Lufthansa. Chocolate. Chocolate. Is it still good? It looks good. They give you this on the plane. They come past you and they're like, here, have a treat.
Big monster freak Panos there, how are you?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Snakes.
Big Cyclops the correct name.
The score is still pretty good. All right. More. The cooler is right there. It's okay for an AIO. Interesting. What do you think your IQ? I took a test once and I think it was 106.36.
25.
I never really think about those things. Like, but yeah, apparently it's 136 or something. I don't know. I don't even know how much. Is that good? Is that good? I don't know. Oh shit. Okay, we froze. How? This is still pretty good, by the way. This is kind of like the limits of the CPUs at this point. Does this restart? No. Average is 100. Okay, so I guess that's pretty good then. I wish it was 80. So I didn't have to deal with all the nonsense that I think about. So I would just be a normal, regular, dumb human. Sounds like a better life to me. Is it VDD2? Am I pushing it? Maybe RTT's changed as well. Yeah. I might be pushing VDD2. Might be 135, you know? Why do you ask that question, by the way? I'm curious. Were you pre-positioning my answer? Very low chance. Extremely, extraordinarily low chance that it's this, but... No. In the despair. Not yet. Not yet. Just trying to figure out what works and what doesn't. If anything even works. It's unlikely that Park is gonna be 60, but yeah, I know. So yeah, nothing really seems to work. Takes a while to get into restart. Do the buttons even work on board? What the f... The IQ has nothing to do with it. Believe it or not. But maybe. But not really. Oh my god. But yeah, I don't know. Yes, I believe yes. I believe you should be able to. It won't be quick, but you should be able to. It just doesn't. No. Fuck. That's crazy though. Wait. That was a weird post. What? That was a really weird post. What the fuck was that? Alright, we're back. take notes, I guess. Also, by the way, why do you want to learn what I know about overclocking? The goal you should have is to learn what you want to learn in overclocking, right? There's motivation that needs to go into it. You know, you need to be willing to learn, right? And then once you're willing, you start gathering resources together, right? Like the bench, the power supply, and the drives, and the CPU, and the motherboard, and the coolers, and the thermal paste, and so on, right? There's things that go into it. It's not like I want to learn what he knows. It's like, that's not, that shouldn't be your goal. Your goal should be what you are actually interested in, right? Then you go into it, right? What you're excited about. Gigabyte, we have to have a conversation. We have to have a conversation, guys. I need to cut up this video, so when I finish, I need to sit down and cut the shit out of this so I can upload it. I'm gonna sit for 4 hours cutting the freaking video, man. Cool. And that's with all the manual voltages as well. I think I'm pushing the essay, but I don't know the CPU. I don't know what the CPU does. So I'm pushing the essay, that's why. That's crazy. Wow. I didn't even power limit the GPU. I'm so stupid. Here, my 12 volt. You trust the sensors? Do you want me to give you a real readout of the 12 volt? Also, what do you mean drops? No, it doesn't. 11.8 is completely fine. What do you mean? Even 11.6 is fine. I can give you the exact measurement if you like. Nice. No! No. Not bad though, not bad. Good CPU as well. Takes a lot to get 88 on this thing. Stay more than lower. How does a VRM work? When is the power stage more efficient and when is it less efficient? Is it more efficient when the voltage is high, or is it more efficient when the voltage is low? The input voltage. Yeah. There's no 9000. There it is. No, that's funny. Nah, it's too much. It's too much. I would need to understand the CPU a little bit better to make it work. What? That's what the tachyon does. It might be VDDQ, by the way. That's what the tachyon does when the VDDQ is not cool. O2C. Anyway, that's actually very impressive. Wait, 88. Jesus. If with a little bit more work, we could actually get 88 going. That's crazy. Not bad. Not bad. Good stuff. I think that about does it. In fact, that actually about does it. Finally got a... Dude, I swear to God, I was about to end. But let's try again. You finally got a chance. Well, welcome. Welcome. NZXT 1500, yes. Chance. Yeah. Corgi. Hi. How are you? Great stream. I don't know, just check a review, I guess. Oh. That is quite impressive. Not bad. $84 on... Dude, what the hell, man? Jesus. Good one. No. 6. I want to see the performance. Sorry, too excited. No worries, dude. No worries, dude. What brings you here to this stream? Let's see. The birds, yeah. You're in the 30s. Is it? Thank you, thank you. I found the fountain of youth. I found it. It's called the Jaeger. Jesus. Wait, SHXRK. Who is SHXRK? I have no idea. He found the in real life tweak, yeah. Oh, that's funny. The magic juice? Yeah, the magic juice. It's the trick, man. No, it actually made me quite a bit older, in fact, which is hilarious. That shit made me look older. It made me feel a lot older as well. It's so stupid. So don't fall for it. It's a bait. It's a bait. But yeah, dude, my age is right below the freaking stream, by the way. There you can see the date I was born. So if you'd like to check that out, you can just scroll down. A Fortnite Pro, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for the mention. Right, wait, I got mentioned today. Did I get? Wait. I think I got mentioned today, or one day. Oh no, I got mentioned by someone else. Yeah. Interesting. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. You can feel colors, yeah, definitely. That is very impressive, this board, by the way. Like, it could be a fun playground. Extremely cheap, by the way. I'm not Oh my god, I'm gonna have to actually see what prices the Duo boards have. Because if the Duo board has similar price than this, then that would be the better playground for this kind of stuff. However, this is like everything else, right? It's good daily friendly, good overclockability, has postcode buttons, IO is crazy. Yeah, it's just the D2D and NGU option. That's the thing. To play with, do you buy them? Yes, most of them I buy them. Well, some of them are client builds. For example, this board is in fact going to a client build. But yeah, other than that, yes. See, right? Like Sweezy. Yes, a lot of them. I built a lot of Fortnite PCs as well, by the way. A lot of them. What's his name? Lame. Flixie. Kato. Players like that. Also, the score is not that impressive on this one, which is not shocking, because yeah, the primaries are a bit off. Currently, by watching your video on YouTube. Best of luck with building the PC. Praying that it powers on once you're finished. That's what we all hope for. Single overclocking services? Single overclocking service? What do you mean single overclocking services? I can do an overclock as many times as you pay. Is there any difference between the CL and CL input lag wise? If you don't configure it, they're probably going to be very close in terms of like responsiveness and overall bandwidth and latency. So yeah, and it also depends what platform you're plugging them in. But realistically, if they're both 6000 and you're plugging it into an X3D, you're not gonna notice that difference between 30 and 36. Like, no, you're not. It's what else you need to be looking for. So like, let's say it's not 36, 36, 36, but let's say it's 36, 46, 46. That you might actually start noticing a little bit. But with an X3D, usually no. Like, it's probably gonna be exactly the same, the way that you feel it. It's the only time you're gonna start feeling it is if you actually tune for performance, because the looser kit is not gonna be able to reach the timing capability of the CL31, for example, right? It depends also which one you're looking at, by the way. However, I have recently, yesterday, I've done a micron die optimization, so like a crucial micron, which I had no hope for, basically, but it surprised me. It actually surprised me. You can do quite a lot with that kit. It's kind of like the only kit really available for a reasonable price right now, the crucial kits, and those are all micron. So based on results that I've seen on the internet, I was like, this is not gonna be good. And then I started actually going into it and found out that it's actually not that bad, by the way. It does really good. So yeah, you can do a lot with certain kits. But there are definitely kits out there where you just can't do anything with them. So, and apparently this is actually slower than before. Yeah. So, TLDR, if you're plugging them in and enabling XMP, they're probably gonna be feeling the same. If you start tuning, the CL30 might actually start outperforming the looser one to a significant level because it has so much more potential, right? So yeah. You can't get my service. Corgi, I ship Europe wide. Like, you could be anywhere in Europe. I could still build you a PC. I ship Europe wide. So that's the thing. Also, Ryzen. Oh my god, an MSI motherboard. 92 gigabyte, not 96, 92. I don't think that's correct, unless you mean 96, which might kind of be funny because that's, if it's two sticks, that's dual-sided 48 gigabyte. That's crazy. 32. That's more like it, yeah. Yeah. I don't like the MSI board, but other than that, it's fine. I don't see a problem with that. Yeah. I'm the biggest MSI hater. Do overclock servers later? Yes, of course. I've been doing it for over 3 years. Actually, no, over 5 years now. On more on a professional level. I've been doing it for. When did I do my first remote call? Like 2013, I believe. 2013 was the first time I did a remote setup. In fact, I believe it was Windows 7 at that time. If I'm not mistaken. It was Windows 7. That's funny. Anyway. Let me see if 88 still works. I'm curious. How much is that? Well, if you want the full package, it's 250 euros. But the full package includes we look over your BIOS, update or downgrade to the best possible version for your board, do the fan profile, check for any hardware faults. So I will ask you to send me a picture of the PC, then we'll check if anything is potentially a hazard, for instability or potentially even hardware failure. And then recommend you even what to change if we find anything. So if your AIO is on the top and you have a massive GPU, or if your fans are pointed in the wrong direction, so your airflow is not ideal. So we point you to set up your PC in the best way possible so you get the best airflow, the best temperatures, and so on. And if you're using any extension cables or anything like that, I would advise you to get rid of the extension cables and just use native cables and so on. So we do that. Once the BIOS is sorted, we start doing the profile. We also do a Windows install, fresh Windows install, either Windows 10 or Windows 11, depends what you prefer. And optimize Windows, go into BIOS again, optimize everything in the BIOS based on your hardware. So the CPU, RAM, all the voltages, all the fan profiles. We go back into Windows, we stress test for a little bit, look at the performance numbers, if anything improved, and how it improved. And then once everything is done, optimize the drivers as well, so like the NVIDIA driver and the settings, and then also game settings and game profile and config files if you have it. So that's that full package. It's not like the 250 is not justifiable. The 250 is literally everything. Can I link Nomad PC? Sure. It's a poor website. It's a poor website. I don't like linking it because it's a disgrace. Send my case. No, Corgi, no worries. Or you mean you can send your case? You mean you want to send a picture of your of your setup? Dude, why are people clients coming into my chat? What is going on, guys? I'm streaming over here. I'm not doing client work right now, bruv. Bruh. Funny. I'm gonna try 1.4. Anyway, what is that? I have an iEdge. Is it a big issue for overclocking? Do you have a picture of which pin it actually is? Because if you know which pin it is, you can check the pin out of the socket. You can check if your pin is like a ground or a VCC in or something like that. So if it's a power pin, usually it's not that big of a deal because you have a lot of power pins. If it's a ground, it's also usually not a big deal. If it's a signal pin, however, so PCI Express, DRAM, PCH or something, like then we have an issue. If I want a tweak, what should I do? Book a €250 appointment with this guy. Yeah. I'm kidding. I don't know. Yeah, that's my answer.
Money.
I don't know. Don't Google it on YouTube, I guess. I don't think, I mean, some of my some of my YouTube videos have some of the settings that you might be looking for. Because I did multiple AMD builds that I then uploaded a VOD of on YouTube. And it's also tuning for the RAM. And you can just copy paste that, by the way. You can copy paste those settings and that's fine. There are minor differences between the settings that I use now versus the way back, right? Way back. Right in the middle of the socket. Well, you have a picture. If you have a picture of it, then you can actually check which one it is. Send Madness a Matrix, get a free tweak. Actually, Levi did get that. She got a free PC. And then it died. Apparently the power supply died. Sadly. But yeah, all she needs to do is change the power supply, and that's it. No, Kif, I actually, like, I was planning on doing like a build with spare parts, because I still have so many spare parts, by the way, like parts that I never use, I will never use. And I can just throw together, because they're used parts from previous like clients that come in and they've left the stuff and they're like, I don't need this, I don't know what to do with it, I would throw it away. So I'm like, well, I like to test stuff, you know, so I tested it and that's it. Once I was done testing, I just put it on the side and I don't use it. I have a lot of stuff like that. So I had stuff to build a PC. So I built a PC and I decided to give it away to Levi, right? She was struggling with the laptop and it was a bit of a yikes situation. And I gave it away because my sister lives in UK. Or yeah, I guess Great Britain, and they were able to take it on, like they were able to take it from here to UK, and then they sent it, and then Levi got it in a couple days. Because if I was shipping it from here to UK, I would never do it. I am never shipping anything into UK or exporting out of UK. There's no way. You know what the situation was like, yeah, Kif? You remember that? Yeah. Yeah, they're never doing that one again. Anyway, yeah. So if there's something going on in UK, I ask my sister for it. Right? If they can, like, pick it up or just take the package and then bring it over if they're ever coming past, like here, Frankfurt, right? If they're ever coming past here, so it doesn't get lost, it doesn't get stuck at customs and so on. And if I'm sending it, I'm usually like, is there somebody going into UK that can take this package with them and then ship it inside of UK? So yeah. With the spec I mentioned and 260 with the tweak, what will I gain with tweak from you? Where? What? Warzone, Call of Duty, Fortnite, Valorant? What are you playing? Tetris? Fortnite. You can expect way more consistency and a bit of a boost to FPS. So way more consistency as in you're not going to be dropping into 80 FPS or something like that constantly. So you're going to be consistently holding at least like 280 or something like that. And then end game, you're probably going to have around the 230, 250 mark, but basically like flat, right? So that's what you can expect. And you obviously like better input delay and better response and all of that. Meow board. Dude, MapsCorp got what's it called? He got raided by boards. he got like 2 new boards, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. He's gonna get all the boards. Okay, my regret is that I didn't contact you to build a PC. It's fine, dude. It's fine. You'll know for next time if you ever decide to. No worries. All good. Which build are you actually looking at? I'm actually curious. Which build are you looking at on YouTube? I would assume it's the custom water loop one for Flixie. By the way, there's another one that's potentially happening. Sweezy. There's a Sweezy build potentially. I don't know if it's happening, but what's with Sweezy? Also, this is pretty impressive. Did I nail the 8800? Not bad. The ADI is much faster though. Are we allowed to send? Yes, you can. You can send a link here. You don't get nuked if you send a link, yeah. However, if you send any dodgy link, then yeah. Let me see. What is this? Wow, good cable management. Not bad. That's a interesting power supply position. Lexar RAM. Air cooler on the CPU.
Your hourly
Gigabyte
cat
GPU.
sitting very comfortably around the campfire with its friends, my good sir.
Yeah. My God. You're giving me the British treatment. My good sir, let me hit you with a cat sitting very comfortably around the campfire with its friends. Cheers, mate. It was some... memory signal pins. Ooh, okay. I also have the Aorus Elite X. Good board. So, I would. Yeah, I would. It depends, you know. It depends. But I would. What the hell? Did I nail the 8800 profile? That's crazy. Dude, what the fuck is this? It's a 4-dimmer board. For the moment, I just get monitor. That's the spec you're getting. Let me check again. Wait, the spec here says 9800 XTD. I would change a bunch. Let me give you like a link. It's still going, by the way. I mean, I have a couple of examples here. If you want like a cheaper one, but still decent performance, straight out the box. I guess an example would be this. There's obviously like you can change around some of the components, right? You can decide on the GPU, change the GPU. Obviously, in terms of RAM, you just need to get RAM that you can get. That's basically it. You need to get RAM that is available. Just came. Did I miss anything the last hour? No, you didn't miss much. But yeah, that's like a decent example. So I would choose a different M.2 drive. I would choose like a Kioxia G3, 1 terabyte or 2 terabyte, or I would use a NM. It depends. You could do NM 710 or 790 even. Or you could even go with the SN 7100, which is this. You could even go with this one, SN 7100. I actually like these. They're okay. And obviously, like, you can choose 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte, depends what your budget allows you. I would choose that board. I would choose the Force. It's a really good board, really cheap board. Unless you need more features. If you need more features from the board, mainly like the ports on the back or something like that, then you kind of have to choose something else. But if you don't mind the ports, I would just go with the Force. Obviously 9800 XTRD, unless you can't afford it. If you can't afford it, then obviously 7800 XTRD. The GPU, obviously, right? If you want a 5080, you get a 5080. And ideally, I would choose like a Zotac. Zotac. Do I have a 5080 Zotac? I think I do, but it's a big one. Yeah, it's a big one. The case is the motherboard support and so you don't have to use a separate SSD for the game. I actually advise against it. It's better to have the game on one SSD, the operating system and the game on the same SSD. It's actually better to buy a bigger single SSD than 2 smaller SSDs. So yeah, that's my take on that. On the case, it depends. It depends what support you want for the AIO. I personally recommend an AIO and not an air cooler. Air coolers are just not as good as AIOs. Like, there was a time in the past where good air coolers were actually about as good as the AIOs, but not anymore. So I would just choose an AIO. Ideally the LF3, but with the LF3 you need to know how to mount it properly, and I've done videos on YouTube on how to mount it properly. What the hell? What? Dude, Gigabyte, we need to have a talk. We need to talk about this one. Moss temp is 77. Ooh! Oh, that is hot. Ooh, whoa, okay, Jesus. Ooh, that is hot, actually. Jesus Christ. Well, let me see if that's correct. I have this guy. Well, the heatsink says it's 68. Discord. You will not get a link to Discord, but if you really want, why do you want to join Discord specifically? Because it's just a community of a bunch of people, you know. If you're looking to get tweaks or anything like that, it's not really a place. He said too expensive. Dude, maps, that is an insanely high quality picture. What the hell? Oh my god, I can see pixels, bro. What the hell? Also, what? Can I ask to join? Why specifically you guys want to join? I wanted to DM you to show a pic of my... You can just add me. Lexi. Okay, who is oh, it's Lexi, right? Okay. Oh my oh my sweet goodness. Jesus. Also, that is on the opposite side of the memory traces, by the way. So that's more power pins and ground. Also, I think I can stop this. That's fine. Can I show this? That's hilarious. Can I actually show this? Sweet goodness. Where's Firefox here? Can I show it? Maybe I can share a link. Yeah, sure. Okay. Where's Firefox here? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Hopefully. There it is. You gotta be... It's not the only one as well. I see here like one little thing right here. Jesus. But the repair job is not too bad, by the way. The repair job is this. It's not too bad. Like, not bad, you know, not bad. But there's another one here, right here. Jesus. Okay. That's crazy. What's your Discord name, sir? Exactly the same as my Twitch name. Not bad. Yeah. Yes. I'm surprised that it actually works. Also, like I said, those pins are on the power side. So power delivery side. It's probably going to be VCC in and ground pins, and then potentially PCI Express and USB. Sometimes there's USB on that side. So, yeah. I've done similar to my Toma. Jesus Christ. I've done similar to my Apex. My X870E Apex, I almost punched a hole into the socket. But I repaired the pins. And it worked. My CPU was stuck on the contact frame. Ah, right. Yeah, it fell. And then... Yeah. I see. Jesus. But yeah, good job on the repair. I'm surprised that works. not bad. I will quickly save this because that is very impressive. Also, this CPU is impressive. That's crazy, bro. What the hell? Also, it was the VDD2, potentially. Which is crazy. 1.4 VDD2 at 8800, dude. And on a 4 dimmer. I sent a request. Save. 8800. Nailed the settings, by the way. Holy. There you go, that's it. Well. Okay. 6, 8, 600. It is time. It is time. Actually, I'm gonna try this first because I know for a fact that that one should work. I sent a request. Rise. That's a long post. No. Come on. Dude, it's 3.5 hours for the stream. Oh, actually, it doesn't run. Fuck! Sad. One more shot. Usually the third shot is the one. No. No. Oh, that's a shame. Okay, 88 seems to be the limit. It could be CPU related, could be board, right? At this point, you're counting on the CPU as well. Well, it's kind of sad that I don't really do any game benchmarks anymore. This would be interesting. This would actually be... Dude, I don't run any game benchmarks anymore. I used to run Call of Duty, but I haven't run Call of Duty in over half a year.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Yeah, but I don't have comparisons, bro. Like, there's no comparisons. Does this do minus 100? Now I'm gonna run Limpack. It's a very impressive CPU. Against the X3D. The architectural difference will determine which one is faster. Also, by the way, if it's against the 9800 X3D, in an actual workload, this is over twice as fast. However, yes, it does consume more power. That's a obvious thing. But we can power limit it if we want. Linkin Park. Where do I even have the Limpack extended? I think it's over here. Continue. Wait. You're telling me I am sustaining 5.4 in Linkin Park? What is the score gonna be? That's a lot of power, by the way. Wait, it's lower than before. Dude, yeah, I think ADI is just way faster. I think ADI just wins. I wonder if I can do anything about the timings, but I don't. I mean, the primaries specifically. Wait. Wait. It passed, by the way. That's the stupidest part. The stupidest part is the fact that it passed. Oi, oi, oi. Okay. I have to, dude, I have to send Dia this screenshot. Dia always freaking comes up with the freaking 84 screenshots and 86 screenshots. Now I can come at him with the 88. Oh my god. Wait, I think he's watching, by the way. Dia, you here? You should be watching, I think. Let me see if this thing runs. I mean, the posting is fine. I don't like this 5.7 here. $55. Oh, wow. It seems like H16A just doesn't run 22. It needs 24 or something. Like, that's weird. I'm gonna have to check IDA speed, because we're pushing WR, and I don't want to get shit on by the right. Because either right here, it's either 129 or... okay, it's not quite. It's not quite. But that's good. That's good. So we're not losing write speed due to the timing, right? Alright, I can give you a screenshot of this. Why not? I can give you a screenshot. Oh, 68 now. Not bad. Here you go, boys. In fact, I will give you a better screenshot. I will give you a better one. A better one. Better. Where are you at? I can't squeeze. There you go. There you go. Now you have all the volts. Oh, not not all of them. Most of them. You have most of the volts. But you can, yeah, you know what the other voltages are. So you saw them. So that one's important. This one's also kind of important. This one is important. And then, yeah, sadly no VDD2. Okay. Linkin Park, next one. Let me see if this runs. Sometimes it doesn't run if you run like this. Okay, never mind. It runs. But yeah, I guess the board needs a little bit of love to make this run. Yeah. It needs a little bit of love. I will look to make a screenshot out of this. Like, that is nuts. Why do I have to make this build as soon as possible?
Yes.
Why? I swear to God, man. It's literally the next best thing when it comes to this platform. That's wild. Yeah, I'll put it under custom water, the CPU. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. What? And I'll try to make the screenshot that I usually make, you know? Yeah. Well, initial FPS was really good. Ooh. Oh wow, lower than before. Yeah, that could be run-to-run variants though. Is there like another bench? I guess this, but it's kind of like CPU limit at this point. We shaved out 1 second. Cool. Cool. But yeah, sadly, like really sadly, I don't have any recent game benchmarks. And nothing to compare to. I don't really do gaming benchmarks, that's a thing. I do more synthetic. Yeah. If I had some recent Call of Duty benchmarks, so I would have a comparison, I would do it. But I don't. This might fail now, by the way, because we're pushing memory quite a lot. Was good, people. Did I wait? Wait, I don't get it. Maps, you literally used the same image for my freaking camera. I made this. Oh my. What the fuck? How much was 155 euros? 155. That's kind of cheap. Yes, I agree. For what the board is and how it performs, it is wild how cheap it is. Unbelievably cheap. But yeah. Oh my god. Dude, man, what the hell? That's so stupid. That's gotta be the stupidest thing I've ever seen. There's no way. Sadly, I need to like cover some of the hardware info. I need to cover some of the hardware info to get it into the screenshot for you guys. Fuck. Best bang for buck by far. Like I said, until the duo boards come out, we don't know. Single SSD of 4, so I can run system and game on stream. Yes. Well, Corgi, you can do like a 2 terabyte and 2 terabyte and run the games and Windows on the same drive, and then have the 2 terabyte for all of the stream VODs if you're gonna be saving the stream VODs. If you're not gonna be saving the stream VODs, then you can do like a whatever 4 terabyte or 2 terabyte, single 2 terabyte, for example. That's what I do. That's but I have 4 terabyte drives. However, the 2 terabyte is my main drive with the games and everything and OS, and then 4 terabyte for streams and everything. Is 32 gigabyte enough? It should be enough, yeah. Wanna know another colorful Vulkan? It's stupidly powerful for its price. Okay. Good to know. I actually could have gotten a colorful, multiple colorful cards, but apparently, like, I don't know what happened. I would have to ask somebody what happened. 94C is okay. The thermal limit of this core is 105. Is it okay, however? I don't know. Intel says yes. Probably not. Ideally, you have it as low as possible, right? I can recommend you this. Yes, I literally have every single piece of hardware that you can possibly imagine, and I can just take it out like this. You can say any hardware that comes to your mind. I will probably have it. Is that right? Yes. Okay, a 2080 HOF. 2080 HOF? No, I'm not interested in a 2080 HOF. However, I have a 2080 Ti HOF. Beast PCB layout or Kudan is the best. 24/7. I don't trust Intel. Yeah, me neither. Why do you have all that in your inventory? I'm a bit of a collector. I'm a bit of a collector, you see? A collector. I sometimes show this. And that's like 1/5 of it. Do you have a 1050 Ti? Wait, I think I used to have it. I think I used to. There, it might be somewhere, by the way. 1050. I had a 1660 Ti, but that went to Levi. 1050 Ti, the GOAT. Why is it so good? By the way, like, I don't really collect the mid-range cards. I really only collect like the top tiers. It's one, and I'm using that. For some reason, it's unusually powerful. Do I have any benchmarks of a 1050 Ti? Let me see. GTX 1050 Ti. Does it exist? No. I in fact have zero benchmarks of the 1050 Ti. Yeah, zero. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really test those. Like, it's really rare that I would test something like that. To be exact. Okay. Those were pretty cracked, actually, yeah. Those were pretty cracked, not bad. Panacos, I know. I had one. Not the Kudan, I had the Neptune. I'm aware. And by the way, the PCB got nerfed on the 4090, I believe. And the 5090 also got nerfed. Still runs modern games somehow. Yeah, on Asus cards, you need to change the thermal paste. Pads, not really, but it helps. The paste, however, yes, you need to change the paste. Lexar Play. Is it NM790? Or what is a Lexar Play? I recommend the NM790 if you can find it. Is CPU temp? Yes. Yes. Yes, sir, it is. Okay. We can delete that one. Maps, I'm gonna delete that one. That is a disgusting one. No offense, but I am deleting that one. VRM has a fan. There's no fan on the VRM, bruv. Oh! Fuck! Fucking hell, that was hot. When Forza 6, I'm gonna benchmark it as well. Nice. Touch it a little bit. Yeah, the big heatsink is not that bad. The small heatsink, however, is pretty bad. But like that's 79 degrees, that's nothing. Yeah. I mean, minimum, it depends on, maybe minimum for 30 FPS at 720p, you know? Off. eBay pushing. Didn't a hold on, let me check. Ichiba Hitambayu. This went the last day, literally. This is what. Fuck! I can't post the link. There it is. This happened last day. can see CPU power draw. You can literally see it on the screen. Yes. It's probably more than that, actually. CPU Z. Why? CPU Z. Medium settings, 40 FPS. Holy. Okay. For cores, you can see them here. $30? Yeah, probably. I am getting more and more impressed by this, by the way. Dude, what the hell? We need a good pick, maps. We need a good pick. We need a... Has dual 8-pin? Yes, it has dual 8-pin. Alright, I will stop abusing this CPU. That is wild. 88, I did not expect this. Only 88. Actually true, yeah, only 88. Holy. I don't need to save it. Only 88, that's crazy, bro. I know. Asus does more somehow. That's crazy. Not bad though, not bad. Anyway, that does it for me. It's 4 hours into it. Dude, I need to put this board to the test. For that, like, I'm just gonna have to run it and run it and run it and run it. Right, just to get the testing done. But not bad, not bad. If it wasn't for the D2D and NGU settings, I would proclaim this board as by far the best board in its price class. There's no comparison. So, yeah, not bad. Not bad. Anyway, guys, thank you all for joining. Thank you for the new members, by the way. Welcome, welcome. You guys are crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Guys, have a good one. Have a good one. And I don't know exactly when I'll see you again, but I will see you again when this thing goes into the client build. So when I'm actually building the client build. It's gonna be this, it's gonna be the same CPU, it's gonna be some RAM, and a 5070 Ti? 5070 It's going to be a 5070. Until then, have a good one. Ciao, ciao.